Good evening and welcome to the December 7th meeting of the Public School Committee. I will call it to order at 7:04. Just a reminder that the meeting is recorded mainly for our minutes. It is posted now the next day, because it's been consistently the day after the meeting for folks to continue to watch, but we also use it for our minutes. If at any point people have questions, you can email them to scinfo@pembrokek12.org. We try to get them in real time. If we miss something and it's pertinent, we'll come back to it. If not, we will make sure you get an answer. The superintendent monitors the email box. We do have one adjustment to the agenda. It's consideration of first read for modification to the fee schedule, which we will take up towards the end or at the end of the agenda. So we actually have no visitors this month, no communications, and we talked about the adjustments. Bill schedules were approved yesterday. And why don't we do the minutes really quickly? We have the minutes of Tuesday, November 2nd and Tuesday, November 9th. So is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
So motion by Susie, second by Lance. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, it is unanimous. We will move on to our technology update.
Thank you. Oof, what a year. So the last time I updated you was on March 9th. We've made some significant changes.
Brandon, do you want me to put your slides up there so that the people on PAC TV can see them?
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, so as far as our staffing goes, we had an additional staff member, Mike Tinker, who's joined us as a digital learning specialist. He comes to us from the Norwell Public Schools and their elementary school staff. What he was doing there in Norwell was he was teaching classes and working as a technology integrator, where he did a fabulous job there. They were devastated to lose him. He's been a huge gain for us. Staff have been just beyond excited to have him around. Another tinker is always a good thing. So, what Mike has been able to do is make incredible inroads with our elementary school staff and add. He's been a huge value add.
He's not the one who canceled school.
He's not tinker time, no. So there was some discussion about that. I think, there was some wrestling over who would make the phone call, but that's pretty entrenched in the district, I think, at this point.
That one day that we had someone else make the call during the power outage, we got several requests to make an answer.
Yeah. So in looking at, oh goodness. I can't.
She doesn't know how to use technology.
Oh no, it's not that. It's the desktop.
Yeah, exactly. Folders. They have folders.
We've talked.
I know.
But I'll just. Oh God.
It's giving me it's making me nervous too.
Just look away.
Look at the notes. I'll just look at my notes.
Nothing to see here.
So the staff that we do have, many of them are playing multiple roles. They're truly dedicated educators. All of us at some point are fixing devices and, in network closets, making adjustments to things. And I've learned all sorts of new terminology and devices I didn't know we had and things I didn't know existed. But here we are. Oh, thank you. It's been really the last, whatever the time is, 6, 7, 8 months. The growth that we've made was exponential with our staff and the teaching and learning that happened, with the number of devices that we brought on board. Unfortunately, the part that was sort of the pain point was our network being able to handle the new crush of devices. And we didn't see it in the spring when students were here in an every other day format. And we started to see it in the spring when everyone came back, minus the cohort D students. But in the fall, when everyone was back in place and everyone was using devices, we noticed the slowdown and some other issues, which have since been resolved. So, kudos to the team in making that happen. Some new applications and features of those applications that we have up here. The first is GoGuardian Teacher, and now GoGuardian itself as a program is something that we've had for a couple of years now. But our staff are using the GoGuardian Teacher feature in two different ways. One is to monitor student work in real time. Staff member can have their GoGuardian classroom up on their screen, and they can see the screens of every student working in the classroom. From there, they can send a private message to the student. Hey, if you have any questions, I'm here. That website isn't something you should be looking at right now. Maybe fantasy football isn't, on a Tuesday morning. I get it, but at the same time, we've got work to do. Repeated offenders, the teacher can close the tab. And then on the other side of that, so that's a wide open internet, with the school firewall working. On the other side, the teachers can set up what's called a GoGuardian scene. The scene works in such a way that the teacher has a list of websites that he or she wants the student to see, and the student has access to those websites only. And there are no distractions outside of that. So the teacher can really focus the learning on that stuff. So GoGuardian has been great for us. We even were able to install it on our Windows devices in our digital arts lab, which was a bit of a process, but we were able to accomplish that at the beginning of this week. The second one is Clever. Clever is something we've been using for 5 years now, but we've recently added Clever Analytics. With Clever Analytics, we've been able to now trace the usage of our applications to see where our value adds are and our value minuses are, so we can say, going forward when the budget process begins, here's a product that is not being used, despite people saying, oh, it's my favorite thing, Typing Pal. It's not being used, and we have the data to prove it, right? Maybe we'll find something else that works and move that money somewhere that's more appropriate. Pear Deck is a new one for us, brand new this year. It creates interactive slideshows for staff. It's warm-up activities. It's checks for understanding during slideshows. It's exit tickets. It's checking for understanding throughout. So a teacher takes their Google Slides presentation, imports it into Pear Deck, and then can add various features of Pear Deck. It can be agree or disagree. It could be, tell me 2 things that you've learned about this process that we just went over. And then the teacher gets all of that information in real time on their dashboard. And then the teacher can share back with the students what they're seeing. Adding exit tickets at the end and the checks for understanding and things we need to go back over, and that rolls over to the next day for the lesson plans. Pear Deck has been something that staff have been asking for years. We were able to make it happen this year. Screencastify is that orange arrow. We've recently added Screencastify with the ability to add questions, so a staff member can create a video tutorial on something. The video stops, and the student has to answer a question before they can move on in the video. So it's not just turn the video on, listen to it while I'm cleaning my room, and then go back and say, check that box, it's done. Google Workspace for Education. Google continues to change their name for their education product. It's currently Workspace. Who knows what it'll be a year from now. But the one thing they have added is user analytics and some great stuff for the kinds of things that we're able to say, our students are using these products in this way, and be able to justify what it is that we're doing. Being able to say, they're using Classroom, here's the number of times they spend in Classroom on a daily basis, here's the minute usage, here's the classrooms that aren't being used, and then we can target our PD for staff. Seesaw is a program we've been using with our lower elementary school students, so pre-K through basically 2. 2 is kind of the give or take year. Some grade 2 teachers prefer to use Classroom over Seesaw, but they've added hundreds of lesson plans. Our staff are creating their own lesson plans, which are shareable. Seesaw is much more appropriate for the younger ages than Google Classroom is. For those of you who are parents and have received those Google Classroom summaries, it's real text-based. It's the kinds of things that you're getting a digest, whereas with Seesaw, your son or daughter can submit work, and then you can see that work. It's a lot more interactive. It works great with iPads. And the last one is Edpuzzle, which is new for us. Edpuzzle has lesson plans where you take a YouTube video and you can do the same thing as Screencastify. You can take and drop questions in, checks for understanding. So it's not just watch this YouTube video for homework. It's watch this YouTube video for homework and answer the quiz questions along the way. And at the end, I get the assessment data right? So there's that check for understanding throughout the entire process. In looking at Clever, Clever has given us some great usage metrics. Our unique users are just under 2,000, and I would attribute that number not being our full student body to our high school students. We introduced Clever when they were probably in 7th grade or 8th grade, and it was being used primarily at the elementary schools. Our elementary school students are continuing to use Clever. That has now leaked into the middle school. What you'll see is the middle school numbers are near what the total student population is. It's about half of what the high school student population is, but you'll see the total logins through Clever at 68,000, and that is just since August 30th. So students are really driving, Clever is really driving our students. What Clever is, for those that don't know, is it's a single sign-on portal. The students click on Clever, they enter one password, and then they have access to all of the accounts that we provide for them. And our staff members do too. If our staff members wanted to log a personal day, they could sign in through Clever, access Frontline, and then from there, they're already signed into Frontline. They don't have to go and remember that second password for Frontline. Or if they need to enter some PD information, they don't need to go to a separate website, enter a second password, and have to remember that. It's all saved through Clever, and it's secure. The students have things, you know, like if you look down the list here, iReady, Lexia, IXL, PowerSchool, BrainPop, Lexia PowerUp, Classroom, Seesaw, BrainPop Junior. Those are all logins that our students are using, and instead of having to remember a separate login or create a separate login for every one of those, kids log into Clever, they click on BrainPop, they're in BrainPop in their account. It's made our lives and the students' lives tremendously easier. And as you can see, the number for Lexia Core 5, 1,054 unique users. Our students are using Clever. And then by school, you can see on the left-hand side here, the North Pembroke, it's virtually the entire population of North Pembroke, Bryantville, and Hobbamock, as well as the middle school. And you can see our high school users are not quite there yet. They just weren't exposed to it at the lower grades. Clever will become sort of the go-to hub for kids, and then they'll be accessing things through that.
Quick question, just
Yeah.
on the previous slide, you don't have to go back to it. When you say that, you have your logins by app, and BrainPop is single sign-on from Clever, that's not reflected in this, right? Because it's not captured. These are unique logins, not it's not tracking the SSO.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, so
That's
every
my thought.
time, so, like one student logs in, they've logged in, and now they're off.
You're not counting it because I'm just trying to, so this previous slide, you're not measuring the usage of the app. You're just
Right.
measuring how many
Yes.
log in, and you're trying to evaluate the effectiveness of single sign-on.
Right.
Got it,
Right.
okay.
And the
thank
unique
you.
logins.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
because I mean,
wanted to make sure.
if we go back to look at total logins, we have 68,000 total logins,
Yeah.
right? So it's being used. The unique users is the one that I'm most interested
I
in.
just don't want somebody looking at this saying, oh, people hardly use BrainPop, we should get rid of it, but that is not what the slide says. The
No.
slide's saying, people are using Clever to get to BrainPop.
Right.
Just want to make sure
Yep, yep.
the messaging is right.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that the students can always just go to the BrainPop website and use their login if they remember it, right? Clever is a tool that if they do that, they kill our metric, but they're still out there using it. We would then have to go to BrainPop and acquire the usage statistics directly
But
from BrainPop.
it's not
Yeah.
relevant, I just wanted to make sure we didn't look at this as, oh, we're not using X. It's not something we'd renew next year.
Right,
Okay,
correct.
cool, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question too?
Sure.
So, do they have to do at least the first initial sign-in, and then it stays open under their login, and they go in through the Clever to then get to it subsequently?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
so
just
they
want
would
to
go
make sure I
with-
was understanding.
Yeah, so they go into Clever, log in once, and then that's it. As soon as they've logged in the one time, all of their information is stored in
So
Clever.
they're leaving all of these individual apps open under their sign-ons, but it's protected because they're signing out of Clever?
Right.
Okay, gotcha. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure I was understanding.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's like Clever is the school version of LastPass, which is a program you can use that stores all your passwords, right? You log into LastPass, and then you can go to wherever you want. All your passwords are stored. That's like the adult version.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Mike, for each of those apps, we go through the actual app itself at the end of the year to see what
Yeah.
the traffic looks like in there, aside from the
Yeah.
Clever
Yeah,
traffic.
that's what I figured. I just didn't want to get the wrong, I wanted to make sure the message of that slide was clear to everyone here, because, you know, when we look, not that we look at app by app, but when we look at the budget, if you say you're gonna keep this, I just don't want somebody saying, why would they keep it? Only 10% of the users
Right.
log in.
Right.
It's a single sign-on, and then there's Brain, right?
Yeah.
So you only have to remember one.
The other thing about like Brain Pop and Brain Pop Junior, oftentimes the teachers are using it, so it's, the logins are gonna look a little bit different because they're showing it whole class sometimes instead of for individuals to log in.
No, absolutely, yeah, I get it. It makes sense. And I think these, but by the way, these are the right metrics to be showing. They're good.
Thank you. So then the next one there on the left, on the right, is web access and usage via GoGuardian. So GoGuardian, you know, as I said before, has two features. One is the teacher side, and that's the teacher doing classroom management. And then there's the IT side, you know, and the filters that GoGuardian provides for home and school. You can see the usage, the unique visit, sorry, not unique visits. Those are just visits. Those are just clicks. So 46,000 clicks to google.com. You know, that seems to be the starting place for everybody, right? But then below that, thank you, is Google Classroom. And then Google Docs. So these are all education sites. The top 13 were all education sites. EduElastic is a program that our middle school math are using. I believe it is a math formative assessment program.
If the top 13 were education, do we get arrested for 14 was?
14 was, so number 14 was Snake, the Snake game. It's an old game where a snake goes around a square and tries to eat the apple, and then as it eats the apple, it gets a little longer, and then it gets, so really low-level, sort of non-academic stuff. You know,
Passing the
yeah.
time, Brandon.
It's clearing the brain palette.
Yeah. Yeah, and then as we go further down, YouTube is a huge user. Lexia Core 5, there's Clever. People are going directly to clever.com, typing it. I'm not sure why. There's a little C icon on the top of everyone's screen, but that's okay. Power School is a big one for our middle school, high school kids. Gmail. Kahoot is a review-style game. It's a game show that teachers can create, and students use their devices for that. So is Blookit. And then Delta Math and Get Epic. Delta Math is a math program. Get Epic is a reading program. So that's what those are our big hitters, our top 13 big hitters for web access. And then moving on to the fun stuff, this is just the work of Mike Tinker in the month of October. Mike met with every grade at the elementary school level. We've been using a program called Connect Hub for the last 3 years. Connect Hub was developed by the person who is currently the Waltham Instructional Technology Director. She is resigning in January to do this full time as her startup. It is a EdTech coaching platform. You can see the data here. You go in as a staff member and you log in your interaction with the staff member. You put some notes in, things that you went over, and then it gives you interactions over time. So, you know, per day, it'll tell you the interaction types, whether it's just a meeting or in class. In class are the ones we love because that means that we're co-teaching with a teacher. You can see that was the largest one, for the month for Mike. And then a coaching session is usually a one-on-one with the staff member teaching them how to use a product. And then interactions by department, you can see it goes right around the room there. The fourth grade had a project that they were working on that Mike dove headfirst into. And if you ever get the chance to meet Mike, all he ever does is dive headfirst into things. It's amazing. And then you can look at educator engagement there. 16 educators supported, over 18.59 hours of support. So it's not just a one-off, like, hey, you know, how are things going? We see you in the hallway for 5 minutes and then we walk away. These are deep conversations that are happening with educators. And it's things like recommending and modeling technology. How are we going to support technology integration, and then supporting digital literacy and computer science standards, which is where his background is, and that's been a huge help too. Just taking a look at these are our faculty and staff help desk tickets. So as we get a report of a broken anything or something not working through School Dude, These were the reports. 2019 obviously is sort of truncated because of the epidemic, the pandemic. And then 2020, the numbers come back up to normal. We're at about the halfway point of the requests that we had in 2020, although we're only in December. So our help desk tickets have escalated. The thing about this, though, is that none of these include emails and video calls and phone calls and on-demand device replacement and repair with families and students that we've had to work with, because the one thing I kind of find, it's kind of a running joke at this point, but I'll leave the high school, my office at the high school, and go do something at Bryantville, and come back, and there'll be this beautiful flowery display of broken Chromebooks on the table of something's wrong, it won't power up, it won't reset, I don't know how, I ran out of battery, or the screen broke, and we're doing the replacement and we're fixing those things. We just sent off about 10 of them that we couldn't repair, but that number of ones that we can't repair is very low. We're able to do most of the repairs in-house, which has been a huge cost savings for us. But that number isn't necessarily reflected here in the faculty and staff help desks. The family support email is support@pembrokek12.org if people are out there in television land listening and want to send in a question. But support@pembrokek12 is our on-demand service that we've been able to assist families with things.
A question and a comment. When you get the email in, right, from the family, are you logging a ticket at the same time?
No.
Okay, so the comment I would make, well, two comments now, is one, you may want to log those tickets so we can track it easier rather than you counting emails. And you can also track the time, because I think what'll help all of us when we get to budget, we have a large number of devices that we'll have for full year, full student in 2021. We don't know what the support requirements are going to be, and maybe 2022 is going to be different than 2023, whatever. But if we're going to help you,
Yep.
right, which probably is going to happen, right, because we added Mike's position out of need, what would help us is if we could get metrics on some of those, meaning how many tickets are we getting from outside? What's the average length of the ticket being open? When you look at some of the metrics of the student tickets, where are you seeing them, right? Because in some cases, you want to go average open time by type. We can talk through this, but it'll help us make, I think, better budget decisions, because we've heard several times, and then I'll end with this, that your staff isn't big enough for a district of 2,800 students plus staff and everything, right? We're looking at 3,300 people.
Sure.
Right, probably 2,900 devices across, if I'm right. We probably don't have enough people in some cases, but it'll help us make that decision of who and what that is.
Sure.
Does that?
Absolutely. Yeah, the state has, there's a digital learning committee that the state has been working with in creating some standards for staffing and what the expectations for staff should be. That information has not been finalized yet, but that will certainly help, as well as the usage statistics.
It'll show us our benchmark, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because the more data we have,
Sure.
like, meaning all of us, we can make better decisions on where we're going to invest.
Right,
So
right.
this is a good start.
And then, speaking of money, the funding opportunities that we've been able to secure, the first is $52,000 from the Emergency Connectivity Fund for grade 7 through 12 staff devices. We were on target to replace our grade 7 through 12 staff devices this past summer. With the opportunity to receive money from the federal government in this Emergency Connectivity Fund, the initial wave of funding was for devices that could support remote learning for staff or students. What you had to do as a district was provide information that showed that the devices that you had could not support them. So we sent out a survey for staff. We said, just a general technology survey, end of the year survey. It was, what types of software would you be interested in getting for next year? Overwhelmingly, it was Paradigm, so that was helpful. When we asked about your devices, did your device support using Google Meets and other things while, in remote learning, and overwhelmingly staff said no, that the device that they had could not handle the load. So when we were able to present that information to the federal government, we wrote this grant and worked with our E-rate consultant. We were able to get, I want to say it was about a 40% discount on our staff devices. And we were able to get very, very good staff devices because of that. So that order was placed in June. That order just started trickling in this week, which is very exciting given the supply chain issues. Again, going back to my friend in Waltham, I told Mark earlier today, she received 2,600 broken Chromebooks this week that arrived on pallets, completely destroyed. And the wait on those is months, if not a year. So the fact that we're getting them is a plus.
And they're all in one piece.
They're all in one piece. They're not Chromebooks, and they are all in one piece, yes. They were packaged well, thankfully. They didn't fall off the back of a truck. The second is the CARES funding. We've been able to provide wall-mounted projectors and speakers in every classroom, pre-K through 8. As you can see in the picture here, this is the first one that was completed. This is in a room in the high school. There were 4 rooms in the high school that needed projectors. This style projector is the next level projector that would be used. The ones that are mounted in the ceiling are problematic because it requires an electrician to come in, wire an outlet, and then run power, and then install the projector and sound system. These only require the mounting of the device itself and then running the cabling in a raceway that covers up the cabling around the board or the bulletin board, and it's a very clean install. The 4 were done at the high school. They were done successfully. They've moved to Bryantville now. They've completed the 5th, 6th, and I would believe they were working on 4th grade today. The guys that are doing it have been great. They are finalizing those rooms, and those will be ready for use, I would hope, by the end of this week. They can complete about 3 or 4 rooms per day.
So you remember when we were first talking with the teachers about even spacing in classrooms going into the beginning of last year, one of the biggest concerns was the projectors, the cords for the projectors being in close proximity to kids. Last year we were trying to keep 6 feet of space. But for as long as I have been here, we've gotten feedback from teachers about just the safety of having the projectors on carts with extension cords and whatnot. So this was a really big get for the teachers. We were able to use CARES funding from some different budget offsets that we did towards the end of last year. But obviously, increasing the square footage in the classroom for students, falls under our abilities under the funding.
Yeah, and every classroom in the elementary school is set up like this, in what you see in front of you. There was a projector on a table, a teacher device, and a random set of speakers, sometimes teacher purchased, sometimes found in the buildings. And in this setup, it's fine for us for here because we're not up and moving around and we're not 10. But
Speak for yourself.
we lost another laptop this week because a student was being a 6th grader and bumped into it with a backpack on, not realizing it. The laptop crashed onto the floor, was essentially broken beyond repair. So, these are the kinds of things that will eliminate that variable. These devices will be up on the wall. Teachers will be able to plug in, and it upgrades to the sound and audio. The sound and video to a digital format too.
And just know that if you save everything to your desktop, that type of accident can be very devastating.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what we'll
Case
we just
in
said.
point.
Ongoing projects, we're receiving these 130 staff devices for grades 7 through 12. They've started trickling in. 106 new wall-mounted projectors. That's what you just saw in that last slide. Those are going in all 5 buildings. 53 rooms at PHS were upgraded to digital video and audio. The previous setup was a small amplifier box that those were 15 years old and failing, no way to replace. And Oakers came and did a good job getting those rooms converted over to digital video and audio, so the staff members no longer have several cables to worry about plugging in. It's one HDMI plug into the device, one HDMI plug, same HDMI plug plugs into the wall, and they have access to the speakers that are already built into the ceiling of the projector. So 53 rooms down there. Upgrades to our network and firewall to deal with the rapid expansion. Kids are purchasing licenses and swapping out devices from physical servers to virtual servers that are, forever upgradable. And products called VMware, that's the virtual server upgrade. And some software updates to our network as well. And then finally, some good stuff that's going on in classrooms here, the coding and 3D printing. This week is Computer Science Education Week. Mike Tinker and myself have been out and about checking in with classes and co-teaching lessons. These are some examples of students using coding across the curriculum. We've been sending out tech tips again this week, and some light reading for staff to kind of get back into what was a very normal procedure for us. We have 3D printing happening in all 5 buildings at all grade levels. If you take a peek over there, Mrs. Nugent here at North Pembroke has 2 3D printers where she's got students designing online and then printing things that they've created and actually building physical items. Adam Newell at the middle school and Gail Dooley in our Project Lead the Way programs using coding and 3D modeling. And then at the high school, Jessica Lazarus has a 3D printing and 3D modeling class, as well as Elaine Griggs in her computer science programs. She's got the Enable project going on. We've got 5 high school seniors working on creating prosthetic hands that can be shipped out to developing countries for use for children who have lost limbs. So that is a project that is going on there. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Jen O'Leary and Deb Jacobson at the other 2 elementary schools who have been doing coding projects with kids and using robotics and all sorts of great stuff in our libraries. So that's our update. Free to take any questions.
Questions now?
Most of the apps that we spoke about at the beginning are district-wide, except for a couple that you noted that are strictly for the lower,
Correct.
the younger levels, right? Great,
Yep.
thank
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
This is great.
The only question I have is, when you look kind of forward,
Mhm.
where's the biggest need? Is it hardware, software, people, and combination of all? What do you, what do you really think?
All? I'm never going to say no. I'm never going to say no, right? So I would say in order, people. And then from there, we need to take a hard look at our storage. And I don't mean the physical storage in the building, in like our closets. What I mean is in the classrooms. If you walk into any classroom right now, you will see a mismatch of the way that our devices are being stored. And teachers are doing it as carefully as they can. And we see things like, and this is happening in our elementary schools, because our middle school and high school kids are carrying their devices. But we've got things like dish racks, which make for an amazing Chromebook holder or iPad holder, but it's a dish rack, and then the charging cables are going into it, making an investment in secure storage, right? These rooms, I'm sure if we walked around right now, some of them would be accessible. That scares me a little bit. Having some secure storage and charging would be great. I would love a junior network administrator to assist with network issues and tickets as we go further. We'd always love to have more ed tech people around with teaching backgrounds. And then software-wise, we kind of hit all the big wishes we hit this year. Now it's, and I sent this out in my email today to staff, was that there's a model called SAMR, and it's substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition, and that's the way we look at educational technology. And that substitution is the basic substituting of, you go from pencil and paper to a Google Doc, right? There's no value add there. All the way up to redefinition. We're creating something that we never thought we could do in a classroom. Eventually we get to a point where all of the things that we're doing are redefinition, and then we cycle back, because it's not just a line up, it's really a loop. Flipgrid was something that we never thought possible before. But now, if a lot of people are using Flipgrid, is it still redefinition if everybody's using it. Now, how are we going to redefine using Flipgrid? So now we're starting back at the bottom. So, you know, the ed tech people are a big game there for that.
It's transformation versus optimization.
Right, right.
So I guess the two things I would say is when you come for budget, I think obviously the rate, the baseline carry forward, what the ask is, and then what's the capital piece? You know, knowing, right, because we are maintaining the capital plan through long-range planning, and it's I think going well. The town's been fantastic. I think what'll help is what's the next ask, so
Yep.
that then we can share that with the people who need to know and understand where we're coming.
Yeah, our next asks, elementary staff devices would be part of the replacement process, and then we're going to age out on a piece of Chromebooks that we
Yeah.
had.
We've already started talking about that.
Yep.
That's a concern.
Yep. So that, thankfully, the lease of that Chromebooks is not as large a number as the purchase was, right? So,
But then the purchase has to be solved for
Sure.
at some point, right?
Right, yep.
We have to, listen, we all know every year, there's gonna be some attrition in the Chromebook population,
yep.
for many different reasons. So we have to maintain those and then figure out what's next.
Right, yeah, we know there's no going back at this point. This is the new way of learning. We need to invest in that. Like you said, it'd be great to get some of those best practices, standards as sort of guidelines for us to look at, because this is the new norm. We want to make sure we're giving our students the best chance possible to learn through that. It's exciting to see.
Yeah.
I wish we had all this stuff when I was in school.
Yeah.
But the opportunities are tremendous, and look forward to seeing more. But
What I would also like to share with the recommendation, what may be worth it, when you talk about junior network, Captain, made me think, are there programs that have co-op opportunities? Right? I mean, obviously in Northeastern, but we're not at computer science.
Some do, and I think the thing we run into is the same thing as
Understood. Yeah, it's an option.
Absolutely. Now, they're usually where the junior network admins come from are younger people who are working as, you know, a level 1 repair tech becomes a level 2 repair tech, and they have an interest in becoming a junior network admin. You know, either getting someone from the house or poaching someone from the district.
Where they go to a certificate program and it's
Right.
their first job out.
Right,
Yep.
right.
we sort of hit on a little bit too, if I can, just quick, is the network capacity. And I know you said this year was a challenge. I would think that's something we need to continue to pay attention to as we look to invest, that we make sure our facilities have the capacity to make sure that education happens quickly.
Right, and to piggyback on that, there is a question in the mailbox about Titan Wireless and what is the status of the wireless network for personal devices.
It's funny. We had a conversation today, this afternoon, myself and Mr. Talbot had a conversation with Mr. Ulysses about adding Titan Wireless back. We were going to start with the high school to add it back, have a conversation with students during Titan time about appropriate internet use, about the kinds of things that would be detrimental to our network. You know, our users using things like VPNs would cause crashes.
Right, for those that aren't familiar, part of the network issue that we were experiencing in this fall, the 10:30 outage, as we lovingly refer to it, had to do with the number of devices that were on the network, including our wireless network, and the types of sites that students were accessing, just the bandwidth, if lack of a better word for that. So we did disable Titan Wireless to make sure that we could be supporting and supplying a reliable network for our teaching staff, making sure that our devices that our school owned are on a network and are supported. You know, as Brandon mentioned in the beginning, we have made great gains there, and I think we can all safely say that the connection is reliable, barring any wind and rain, because you know what happens in Pembroke with wind, rain, and snow. But we did have a conversation right before Thanksgiving break about slowly adding back Titan Wireless, starting at the high school, because it is available in all 5 of our buildings. Obviously, it gets the most use at the high school because more students have their own devices. But adding it back in a fashion so if it does bog down the network, we can easily redirect and adjust for that. So
Right.
excited to hear that it's coming back. But that was the only question in the mailbox. So.
Great.
Monday. That's the date.
Past the 10:30 outage.
Past the 10:30 outage, yeah.
Just want to make sure.
No, so we're going to talk, Mark is going to talk to the students with some prep about, what sort of things cause the network outages at 10:30 those days, and then, re-emphasize the acceptable use policy, the responsible use policy for the school district.
Right, and the number of devices often becomes an issue as well, right? So if, let's just say you're a pretty tech-savvy staff member, and so you're coming into school, you have your school-issued device, you have an iPad, you have your own laptop, you have an iPhone, you have an Apple Watch, all of those devices are signing on to our network. So the number of licenses associated with that was also a concern as well, so.
Is it actually, we'll ask him now, because if it's coming back on, the Go Guardian software, if a student is using their own device during class, is there a forced install on that, or do they have to have it, or?
It's a force install on our Chromebooks, on our school-issued Chromebooks.
But
Yeah.
not on their personal cell
Not on
phones.
their
or-
personal
device, no.
But the we still have our firewall protection.
Right,
so,
firewall,
yeah.
yeah, I
Right.
get that piece.
Yep, but if a student then signs into the Chrome browser, here's the caveat, right? The students sign into the Chrome browser on their own personal device, all of the extensions come with it.
That's okay,
So then their personal device would be on GoGuardian too.
got it, okay.
So that's one of many reasons why we tell our students to use the Chromebook that we've issued, because the network that it's on is secure and safe and it's always up. Those kinds of things.
Okay. Other questions?
It's just a stupid question.
No stupid questions in ed
But,
tech.
so like, I'm just thinking like at my office, we have like two separate, we have a guest
Mhm.
and is that what you're utilizing so that the staff has a separate?
That's what Titan Wireless is.
Right.
It's just a network
Correct.
separate than our school devices.
So the students are not sharing what the staff needs?
No, so we have our own network, which is PPS.
So we have three
assets,
three different.
WLAN.
So if you were to walk into a room and look at your phone and try and select a network, there are three options. Well, option number one is PPS WLAN. That's staff-only devices. Those are pre-registered on the network, and only those devices can access that. That is for staff.
Yeah.
The second one is PPS assets. Those are student devices. Only those devices can access the network because the physical address of the device is saved. So it recognizes it, right? Same with the PPS WLAN. And the Titan Wireless was our
Guest.
network.
That's the guest networking.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
if it goes down, I'm just trying to understand why.
So
the
right now,
staff-
without that, you're using your data plan in the building on
Okay.
your personal device, and the connectivity in all of our buildings, because they're cement block construction, is pretty limited.
Which
Already
I
gauged.
totally get, but I guess I was just wondering like why it pulled down the staff.
So no, it
if
only,
it's a different-
well, it just bogged down the network entirely, right? So
Yeah, so while there are.
It's the same
three-
network, but there's three separate.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's ultimately comes down to the fact that it's the same network. Despite the fact that there are three different places, types of logins that you could make, it all does fall under the same umbrella of like
Right.
Pembroke Internet.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay. Thank you so much for all of this. I mean, I'm the newbie here, so like this was really helpful. It was
Great.
a really good presentation. I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, good job.
Thank you.
See you in a couple months.
Okay.
Mark, do you want to use my computer or your computer?
I think I'd have to use yours, because that one's not cord long enough, unless you could, can that cord reach all the way here to me? Then that, we can do that.
No. You have to. That's funny, because mine is big.
How we doing, Nate? That's good? Got it. All set?
You're good, yep.
Okay. I know a couple of months ago, I had prefaced the notion that we were starting our crucial 3-year journey through the NEASC accreditation process, and I know Mike said at that time he wanted to have me back to update the folks on that, so I appreciate the opportunity to do that. And so I thought I'd start maybe at the beginning for some folks who may not be as well-versed in the process, either at home or here. So the New England Association of Schools and Colleges is the oldest regional accreditation association in the country. There are several regional associations across the country by, obviously by geography, certainly. And so we're one of, I think, 7, and we're the oldest one, all right? Now, it's a 10-year process to serve as a guide for schools to meet their own goals for student learning. And I've underlined their own goals for a reason, and I'll get into that in a little bit, because it's a bit of a change for what they've done in the past. But the key is for schools to develop their own learning goals based on alignment to the standards for accreditation. And those standards, of course, are established by NEASC. They are a research-based set of best practices that schools use to guide them through supporting student learning. And so, as I said, the fun really ramps up when schools are 3 years out.
Fun.
Okay, and we are hosting our accreditation visit in the fall of 2024. So that's why I'm here. We are inside of 3 years of the fun, and it has begun for sure. And so, as I said earlier, there has been a change in the process. Speaking of self-reflection, I think that the folks at NEASC have done some self-reflection of their own, and they made some adjustments to their practice. Certainly, Mike, you're not alone. I recall when we were here last time, you had some comments about the process, and there is a bit of a stigma attached to it. And anyone that's been through it, I think, understands that. This is my 4th accreditation process throughout my career, 2 as a teacher, now 2 as an administrator. This is the first time through this new process, and even though we're early on in that process, I do see the differences. I think NEASC is listening to the reputation it was getting from people. And so it is a much more collaborative approach, and it allows schools to set their own goals for student learning. Prior to that, I think there was a great feeling of gotcha, right? They would come in and say, let's see what you're not doing, let's get you, and I think people were a little bit daunted by that. It's changing a little bit here. And so what I mean by that is this 3-year process really starts with schools completing a self-study, all right, where they highlight their positives and they identify their areas of growth based on alignment to those standards. And once we write that self-study and identify our areas of growth, there's a collaborative conference that happens a year from now where the folks from NEASC come in 2 years early and they look at that report and they look at our areas of growth, and they work with us collaboratively to develop an action plan to achieve that growth. But the growth areas are ours. We identify them. They're not telling us what they have to be. And so I think that's a big change. That's a big change in what's happened in the past. And so we're measured based on how well we achieve those goals. And so I think it's a less intimidating factor there, all right?
Mark, just so that everybody understands, you talked about it in the 3-year process and everything, and I don't know if you went through one of these when you were in Carver, but it ends up being an expensive process as far as time. It's cheaper now, but
It is.
significantly, it was very expensive. You paid for visiting team, you paid for meals, you paid for hotels, you paid for their time. And I think, was the last time we went through this, Mary Beth?
Yep.
The last time we went through it, we had the initial feedback from the superintendent at the time, not the one to my right, was we should reconsider whether there was value and we were going forward. Because part of the reason they changed it is they were losing schools who were opting not to do it. Just so everybody here understands, Susie and Sue, you didn't go through one of these. People were struggling with what's the value. It was costing tens of thousands of dollars for these things. So that's the reason why.
Thank you, because that was on my question,
Yeah.
kind of
Right,
like,
and I think you
how's
can
this
hear
work and
from
what's it
what
gonna-
Mark had already just initially shared, that the process itself is more reflective for us than meeting their.
And the budgetary concerns, Mike, certainly are real. When we met with our liaison last week, and I'll explain that in a little bit, and I did not include this in the slide, I can get the information for you, but she is predicting that cost to be about $11,000 or $12,000, which is significantly less than what it was.
27,000.
Right.
Last time we did
It's
it.
still, it's not nothing, but it's not what it
And that
was,
down
you know.
from the
Yeah.
first one. So this will be our third. We got an initial one 3 to
We had a
5 years
follow-up,
in.
yeah.
I was part of one at Silver Lake. It used to be days of work. They met with everybody, which was great. But for those of you who read The 1 Minute Manager 100 years ago when they used to make it, catching people doing things good, that wasn't what they did.
Right.
Their goal was
Correct.
to have action items at the end, so.
That's correct. That's
So it's
correct.
It is a different, kind of a different approach and different vibe. The only reason I jumped in is just to kind of level set, Mark, so people
Sure.
who haven't gone through
No,
the fun.
I definitely appreciate that. And so, as I mentioned before, it's all about the alignment to those standards, and that chart right there is just a quick, kind of a quick at-a-glance summary of what those standards are. As you can see, there are 5 of them, and we must demonstrate an alignment to those 5, and that's what the committee comes in to do. Now, each of those standards contains principles of effective practice within it. So it's standard 1.1, 1.2. Standard 1, for instance, has 7 of those effective practice principles within it. There are 32 total there, all right? And it's those principles that define what the standard's all about. So let's just drill down a little bit more, if we could, here on this slide. I hope that you can see that on the handout, if not in the presentation at home. That's a drill down onto standard 1, the learning culture, and that's just one principle of effective practice. 1.1 says the school community provides a safe, positive, respectful, and inclusive culture that ensures equity and honors diversity and identity and thought. That's the goal for us. Do we do that? Okay, now in addition to that, as you can see, there's also a descriptor of what the effective practice looks like. Those are examples for schools. If we are wondering, well, how do we prove that we do that? Well, here are some examples that would prove that you do that. All right, those are just conceptual, those are ideas, but certainly we do a lot of those things here. And so as we go through our self-study, that's what we'll be doing. We'll be looking at each of these principles of effective practice, looking at the descriptors to identify whether or not those areas of strength for us or if that's an area of growth for us. That'll be the school's responsibility to do that in the coming months.
Excuse me, Mark.
Yes.
So we're getting to the point where, with this movement more towards a self-assessment.
Correct.
We can provide documentation to that, because that was one of the questions. I'm glad you drilled down, said there were 32 total, you said, of drill downs, but also I was like, are they coming in and observing, and are they observing in every type of class? I just, it seemed daunting to me, so.
So in the old days, they would come in and look for a piece of evidence for every one of those 32
Pieces.
principles of effective practice. And you would have
But now we're
cover sheets and be
providing that
labeling
You'd
it
have
bins and bins and
boxes
bins and paper and paper and
notebooks.
paper.
It was like,
Yeah,
we'd
ship them to the hotel they were staying at.
And so
They'd have rooms set up.
These huge binders.
Yeah.
bins, and it was incredible, you know. And, you know, again, going through it on the teacher's side, I understood completely the resentment that went along with it because there's a lot of repetitive work. You would have 45 pieces of evidence for 1.1, you know. All right, we get it, you do
And
it,
then to
right,
find
you
out
know.
at the end that our biggest faux pas was the library.
We didn't have a librarian.
Yeah, that was the. I
There were
think
a
the
couple of
number-
other things
there were
in there,
cou-
but-
There was nothing, anyway, whatever.
So to your point, though, Susie, they're not going to come in necessarily now and look for all 32 of those things. It's more of a holistic approach. But again, we are identifying our areas of growth, and we're going to tell them, these are the areas where we want to improve as a school. Help us do that. And so we'll collaboratively develop that action plan, and when they come in, they're going to look at how well we have completed the steps in that action plan specifically for the areas of growth.
Gotcha.
Not for all 32 of those examples of effective practice, okay? Although, having said that, though, I will say that, and again, this slide here mentions an additional component to all of this. Again, on the left of that graph there are the 5 standards. Within each standard is a foundational element. So of the 32 of those effective practice principles, they have whittled it down to these foundational elements, they call them. All right, there are 2 of them in standard 1, and then 1 foundational element in the remaining standards. At a minimum, we must demonstrate an alignment to those foundational elements. at a minimum. If we do not demonstrate an alignment to those, then we would jeopardize accreditation for sure. Okay?
I'm going to
And-
do it again. I'm
Yep.
asking another question,
Sure.
but otherwise I'll forget, and I apologize. Thanks for being so patient.
Not a problem.
But as we're assessing and developing these types of growth goals, are they being aligned with the current administrative and school committee goals that we've already set? Everything's going to sing from the same page in the hymnal, as I say at work, right?
Correct. So if you look, so say, for instance, at Standard 3, under professional practices, the school has a current school improvement and growth plan, and our school improvement plan is aligned directly to the school committee's plans. So
Okay. I just didn't want to
there is a
reinvent the
connection to
wheel,
that, for
so-
sure. Absolutely. Yep,
Perfect.
For
Thank you.
sure.
Mark, I have a question. I'm not familiar with the new process as much, but is there a limit to how many areas that you identify for growth, or?
So the guidance is between 3 to 5.
Okay.
That's the guidance. Now, certainly, you could have more than that. I would not suggest that
Make
we'd have
yourself crazy.
fewer than that, you know,
Right.
but,
Yeah.
yep. They want to be manageable. They want to be reasonable. They don't want you to have 17 of these
Yeah.
things, because, again, that goes back to the gotcha thing, right, that, in the past, you know, so they want to be meaningful. Focus it on 3 to 5 areas. And so, again, at a minimum, these foundational elements, they represent the building blocks for each standard, so we must be aligned to those. So again, as I look right now at Standard 1, for instance, and again, there are 2 foundational elements there. The second one says that the school has a written document describing the core values, the beliefs about learning, and the vision of the graduate. As I sit in this seat right here, right now, we have 2/3 of those things. We have a document that describes our core values and our beliefs about learning. We do not have a tangible, qualified vision of the graduate. And that's because this is new, right? This process changed in 2020. And so every school that's going through this right now, they call them the 2020 schools. None of them had it that I know of, and they all had to go through the process of identifying that as an area of growth, and then developing an action plan to establish a vision of the graduate, and then to embed that in everything that we do in the school. When I see that as a good thing, that the process is designed to help us attain that in a collaborative and cooperative manner, rather than under duress, you know. I know right now we don't have that, and I'm assured that that's okay. That's the reason for this, you know. Excuse me. And so this is a visual that just kind of has the 6 targets of the 3-year process here, okay? So again, starting in the fall of 2021, which is where we are right now, and in fact, we're kind of moving past this date, we needed to name a steering committee, accreditation coordinators, 2 of them, and then arrange for a self-study training. And so I am happy to report that we have done that. All right, we have a steering committee. There are 8 of us, including me. Gwen Chapman, Karen Goff, Ned Gould, Kristen Kelly, Caitlin Almond, Katie O'Mara, and I knew I was going to not be able, I forget this, there is one more, and I knew I'm leaving this one, I feel terribly now.
It's the pressure.
Right. The accreditation coordinators, they are the leaders of that group, are Caitlin Almond and Katie O'Mara. All right, we have selected them. They will really lead the faculty through this process. And we met with our NEASC liaison last week virtually, the 8 of us, who, by the way, I mentioned before, her name was Dr. Kathleen Montagano. She was the assistant superintendent of schools when I was teaching, and we actually went through this together, you know, in that capacity. It just goes to show what a small world it is that she now is our NEASC liaison, and I'm a principal of a high school, right? Our next step then is in January of 2022, which is, to be specific, January 12th. Kathy Montagano is coming to our school to meet with the steering committee, to meet with the accreditation coordinators, and then to meet with the faculty separately. She'll be here all day, but we have a faculty meeting that day, so her day and our day will culminate with a faculty meeting training where she will walk us through the self-study process, how to write that report. And then once we have that training in January, we will then begin writing our self-study. The target date to have that completed by is October of 2022 at the latest. She'd prefer to be done by September, but certainly if we are in October, still wrapping that up, that's okay. Because as soon as the self-study is done, they want to have 2 years for us to work on the action plan that is established at the collaborative conference that happens in the fall of 2022. So she has set a target date, a tentative target date of that collaborative conference happening in November of 2022, which will then give us 2 years to set the plan, complete the plan, and earn our accreditation in the fall of 2024. And so I know that we had talked here about the value of it. Mike, you just kind of alluded to it. What is the value of it? So I thought it'd be worth our while to kind of talk through that a little bit from the perspective of each of our stakeholders, because there is value for all of our stakeholders, including, and perhaps most importantly, for our students and their parents. You know, I think it gives them a sense of assurance that their needs are being met through a quality educational program. Once we get our accreditation, I think that there's an assurance there that they're in a good place and they're having their needs met with a great deal of quality. Similarly, it gives them confidence that they are getting the same quality experiences as their peers across the region. We're all being measured by the same standards. And so I know it's a competitive global world here, and I think that it's beneficial to our students to know that we are in alignment with our competitors around the 6 New England states. Certainly, there is some assurance from the perspective of college representatives as we get into the college acceptance process that these students are coming from an accredited high school. I think that's very important. There's value to our teachers as well, and to me as an administrator. Again, there should be a sense of professional pride that we take working in an accredited institution. I think there's always a great deal of appreciation when we provide opportunities for staff to reflect and to grow and to engage in professional development. I certainly know firsthand that there is a sense of collegiality that we gain when we work in large teams. There are 5 standards, so our goal is to divide the faculty up in groups of 5. And together, they will tackle each of those 5 standards. We'll have 5 different writing committees to write a report for each standard. And so, that sort of collegiality is important, I think, to work with folks outside of your department, for instance, on such an important task. Whoops, sorry. And then, once again, I think our staff will gain some reassurance from hearing that what they're doing is up to par, right? I think there's a great deal of pleasure, I think, that we all take in hearing from an objective committee coming in saying, you're doing a great job here. This is an area of strength for you. Keep up the good work. And so those are some examples of the values to our staff. To the school boards, there's value there for sure. Ultimately, as you know, you're responsible for a quality public education in your town, and so this will ensure your constituents that your policies and your plans are sound. It will certainly provide you with an in-depth and a comprehensive knowledge of what happens in the inner workings of our school. And as you were all talking about today, when Brandon was giving his presentation, we're talking about perhaps some budgetary decisions. I think this will help provide some insight for all of you as you make some important decisions around policy and around budget. One of those standards talks about the facilities and providing the infrastructure and support for student learning. That's standard 5. And that will have a direct role in some of your decisions moving down the line. And then finally, of course, to the taxpayers of the community, whether they have students here or not, there's a great deal of value, I suppose, in assuring them that their taxpayers' money is going towards quality programs that have been accredited by an objective, reasonable visiting team, regional visiting team. It will enhance the reputation of the community because obviously we have accredited schools, and so that may naturally enhance property values. And I think you all would agree with me that providing transparency to the citizens, that there is a formal process by which we review what's happening in the school. I think it's good for everyone to know that.
Mark, do they still have the process where they use the community, they interview the community?
They do. They do. So I just recently served as part of our preparation for this as a visiting team member at Silver Lake Regional High School. They were going through theirs. They just wrapped theirs up, and I was there in October for 3 glorious days. It was a great visit. So from that perspective, I even found it to be less daunting. I've been on visiting teams in the old way, and like you said, Mike, you start from Sunday afternoon, and you go to Wednesday afternoon, you don't take a breath. It is arduous work. It was a much more relaxed, but no less important pace, but they've just really focused the process. There was a portion of the visiting team that experienced or met with the community members and parents as well, to get their perspective on what's happening in the schools. Yeah.
Now, with us going through this process, and we've been through it before, but now that we're like moving into this, how does that affect our current status? I mean, this is a 2 or 3 year process, so now we're in process to get accredited, so does that mean by default we're not accredited
Nope,
anymore?
we have our accreditation, and we'll have it up to, through and including the fall of 2024.
Okay.
And then, you know, worst case scenario, if something happens, they would put us on some sort of a plan, a 2-year plan, to make needed changes to get that accreditation back. But obviously, we're going to earn our accreditation
Yeah,
without any problems. And-
I have no doubt, but I think
Yeah.
more for those that are listening,
Yeah,
kind of like.
for sure,
Once
yeah.
you know, it's sort of like, well, you're repairing your car, so does that mean the car's broken? But sometimes you're just doing maintenance.
It's like
I
teachers
view
who have
this
to-
as car
have to renew their
maintenance. The
licensure,
car's still
right?
running just fine. Everybody's, we're good, but
Right.
at the same time, now we're working to tune up the engine and
Yeah.
really get cranking.
We're accredited at this time, and we'll be, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
This is great.
That's we good?
Yeah, I'm encouraged because I went through this process many moons ago with Carver, and it was just that, it was stringent. And
Yeah.
to see it now and sort of evolve this way, it's encouraging because that's really what we're doing in our education as well, is we want to learn and grow and be very intentional here for our district. So it's exciting to see, and I'm looking forward to this process
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
I think I get that sense too from the staff, and it's been, you know, certainly no secret to this committee, a really difficult 21 months or so, and the idea of now tackling a NEAS accreditation process on top of that, you know, they were less than thrilled as I started rolling this out in September. But the more we've talked about it, I think more people are seeing that it's going to be a positive experience. So certainly not as stringent as you said as it's been in the past, so.
Again, thank you so much, because as the newbie on the committee, this is all new to me, so this was like, really helpful. So.
Great. Thank you.
Mark, do you have like a frequency of like when we'll be briefed, or I'm assuming you'll be, you know, Aaron and everyone will be involved in it, and we'll just kind of, you'll let us know what you need from us periodically? I mean, how do we help in this process?
Absolutely, sure, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
We will move on to consideration approval of the revised 2021-2022 school calendar.
Sure,
One
so in
minor
your
change.
packet, there's 2 changes to the school calendar. There's a change in March, so originally the half-day was scheduled for March 23rd. That has been shifted to March 30th for 2 reasons. The first reason being that is an ELA MCAS window, testing window, and for conference purposes, not having conferences back-to-back is what we have agreed to in our collective bargaining agreement. That's not a new agreement, that has been in there. We were not cognizant of that when we set the original schedule. The second change of note is in June. So this year will be the first year that Juneteenth is a federally observed holiday. So that will fall on June 20th for
Federal
us.
or state?
It's a federal holiday.
Federal?
Yep. That originally in our first calendar would not have been an issue, but since we've already had 3 weather days, we are already on Tuesday, June 21st is our last day of school. So the Juneteenth will be observed on Monday, the 20th, because it falls on a Sunday. If in subsequent years it falls on a Saturday, it would be observed on the Friday. So those are our 2 changes.
Okay. And this will go out tomorrow after approved, just to
Yep,
people
it's
know the
on
2 things.
the website. It says that we'll post as soon as this meeting is over, so.
Okay, so is
People
there
are
a
already
motion,
making their plans.
is there a motion to approve the school calendar as presented?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Suzie, second by Sue. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Okay. I think in the future, there won't be 5 snow days, there'll be 5 weather days.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there was snow this year. It's pretty bad. Okay. Okay, we have overnight out-of-state trips. Why don't we do the DECA together, and we'll do the Model UN by itself, because DECA's all kind of one,
Right, so in your packet, there's the 3 DECA trips. So
unless
there's,
people want to take it all together.
there's the larger trip that happens on January 6th and 7th. Then there's like the semifinals and the finals. So they go January, March, and April. The locations are
Quincy?
different. Quincy, Marriott, Boston,
Boston.
Copley, and then the third one is in Atlanta. Obviously, we have a small number of students. This is all through qualification after that first competition in January, so the numbers for the subsequent trips will depend on who qualifies for that level of competition. This is our first overnight field trip since COVID, so I think it's important that you all have the information. Obviously, the date has changed a little. It was originally scheduled for December 9th and 10th. It is January 6th and 7th.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the DECA overnight and out-of-state trip as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Lance, second by Sue. Any discussion or questions on this?
Do we know, are there COVID requirements for any of the DECA trips? Like, are there,
So there aren't. So obviously, the first trip is in Quincy, which is pretty close to where we're at. There's no additional requirements as far as vaccination or proof of testing in order to check into the Quincy Marriott or to participate in the DECA organization at this time. We cannot say for certain whether or not the trip in March or April will have some sort of qualifier to it. But again, there's enough time to bring that back to you if something were to change.
It'll have to follow whatever local health is in Quincy, Boston, and Atlanta at the
Yeah.
time, right? So, I mean, those, we don't know. Well, we know what's in Boston, but we don't know if it's going to be the same on January 6th.
right, so my only question is it has more to do with the UN one?
Yep,
because
well, let's get
that's-
to that one in a second.
So like
Yeah.
before we
Okay.
vote on this, my point is like, if we vote to approve this
Yep.
now, and then they have a requirement for some vaccine or whatever, like, do we go back to the board and re-vote? Because I have an issue with the second.
So I would say for the January 6th and
Yeah.
7th DECA trip, it would be quite difficult for them to change the requirements at this time without any lead time. So I think it might make sense if you approve the 6th and 7th, and if you want to do conditional approval for the March and April, or have, I can come back if, I don't know how to word it, so I'd only come back if there were a change, or your approval is only based on current operating
So-
procedure.
Yeah, so the way we can do it a couple ways. One, it's important that we approve all of them now because the kids have to plan. And these are important to, in both situations, in both Model UN and DECA, kids are competing. And they have to prepare, especially, DECA, the first one, because they have to figure out the categories, they have to prepare their presentations, and then they have to just prepare for the 6th and 7th, and then obviously whoever qualifies going forward. And we've been very successful as a program with DECA going as far as nationals. I think we've sent kids to nationals the past several years. So the way we could do it, probably the easiest, is approve them. If something changes, then we can make a motion to reconsider the original motion. Somebody on the prevailing side could. And then we could motion to reconsider. If that passes, then we could reconsider the vote and then change. It's just, we had 1 year where we didn't do these timely, and it created all sorts of problems for the kids preparing. So that's kind of how we could do it.
Yeah. I just am more concerned about, if we go ahead and approve them, I'm sort of the mind that forcing people to be vaccinated for any of these trips will create, first of all, the kids who aren't vaccinated will have to be outed. And it's really not their fault, it's the parents' decision. And so,
Well,
Well,
not necessarily. These are all volunteer. You can be part of DECA and you do not have to go to the Quincy Marriott.
True.
Right, which is the first one, and you can also choose not to stay overnight, I believe.
There's a day portion to it.
Yeah, so if you choose to. Now, the night
But
part is,
Atlanta.
well, if you make it, you'd have to make it through 2 steps to get there,
Yeah.
right? And it's, unless I've heard differently, and I haven't, we're not requiring it. So you're saying if, like on Model UN, the facility, which is
Right, Boston University,
BU,
yeah.
is requiring it.
Yeah,
So,
So the understanding going into it is they know the expectations,
yeah.
right? So you've got to make a choice, right? And I think the new world that we're in, there's going to be activities that people are going to have to make choices on. So as a school committee, we can say not offer anything and then sort of take the pressure off of us, but then that doesn't provide opportunities for our students.
Because
right?
the next stage after this, we'll probably be seeing in April, May, the out-of-country right? Let's assume we're getting through this, which I'm as hopeful as anything. We're going to be talking out of country, and I'm assuming not assuming, there are countries who are going to require,
Yeah.
right?
Right,
And
we
that-
also have that big Disney trip is it next year that music goes to Disney?
Correct.
I mean, Disney's a type of place that could
Yeah.
potentially
So,
have that
by the
type
way,
of
I don't
requirement.
disagree, I understand your concern, I don't disagree with it.
Yeah.
But it's not us requiring it, it's the program, and at that point, it's the program requiring it, and then we can make the student can make the choice whether they want to participate or not. It's tough, as Lance said, to say, we're not going to let anybody participate in any of these because of what somebody else is requiring or not requiring. To me, that's kind of a tough one, because
It is a tough one, I agree. I just am thinking,
Well, let me
Yeah,
finish,
go
because we sat here, right, and we talked fees a month ago.
Yeah.
And we said, well, we have to change it because the fees are, the clubs are important to the kids for college.
Mm-hmm.
These are critical to kids in college.
yeah,
Putting DECA as a, state finalist or a national finalist or Model UN, because Model UN is a competition, if I recall correctly.
is.
Those are pretty big, on a transcript. So to me, by the way, I completely get where you're coming from. It shouldn't be, I don't want to argue against BU because I'm sure they have their own public health thing, but if the Quincy Marriott decided they were going to do it, I'm making up, I'm not saying the Quincy Marriott is.
Right.
They're mandating something, and I'm guessing whoever at the Quincy Marriott is probably about as qualified as I am to determine if somebody should have to have a vaccine. It's not my call.
yeah.
Right? We're not mandating, I haven't heard anybody say it here. If the program is, it's not even the program, it's where they decide the venue. I think it's kind of tough for us to say nobody can go just because we're disagreeing with their policy. So that's what I want, that's kind of,
Yeah.
I was concerned about the opportunity. I understand where you're coming from. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very concerned that we're putting students in a position that would have otherwise really benefited from these programs that now can't go because they may not be vaccinated, or, it's already an issue, like the UN one, for example, where they have to come up with $350, and then on top of it, they have to be vaccinated, and that's a really big decision for a family. We're not talking about college students, we're talking about high school students.
Yep.
Kids 17 and under, where, like, it's the lowest hit population for COVID, sickness and death. So it's really difficult for families to be put in a position where they have to vaccinate their child in order to get this great opportunity. And I just don't think it's fair, and I feel like it should be said. And I don't want to take away the opportunity from the kids, so it's like heartbreaking to even bring it up.
No,
At the same time, we're taking away the opportunity anyways for a bunch of students who aren't vaccinated.
Yeah, no,
So, may or may not be vaccinated, I should say. So,
Yeah.
To that end, I mean, obviously, we can encourage opportunities that may include that opportunity for both populations, right?
Yeah,
So do our best as a district to try to find those opportunities as we can to provide that. Unfortunately, we are at the mercy of where these organizations are holding things. So, but if there is any leeway, try to do our best to find those opportunities so that the whole population has that opportunity, right?
Yeah, it's tough, and it's unfortunate. I mean, I had to go to a conference a month ago, and they required proof of vaccination.
Yeah.
They didn't, they wouldn't, my company asked, would they take a negative test, so many hours before, and they refused. That was the organization's policy for anyone attending their events. I don't know.
And I hesitate with the wording of we're taking away an opportunity. I don't think that we are. And I'm thinking of the kids that are going to concerts and they're showing a vaccination ID card, or they're not going to the concerts. I'm trying to look at it from a million different perspectives. I think we need to give them the opportunities, but it's these venues that are making this decision. But it's happening with vacations. Somebody just came back on, like, the cruise situations. They had to be tested before they got on. They were temperature tested every day they were on the cruise, then they were tested before they got off with rapid tests. I couldn't believe what they went through to go on a cruise.
Yeah.
And families are kind of just rolling with it. it's not to
Well-
minimize, because we've got people that can't get vaccinated because of allergies or whatever, so this is tough. I was sad to see it happening with the one, but it's the venue. But I caution of saying that if we're taking away an opportunity, because I don't think that we are, I think
Right.
it's the venue, and that needs to be clear.
No,
So
I
we're talking
agree
about
with
this.
you. It's certainly not us, I know that. My whole point really was just, it creates a residual effect, unfortunately, that
It does.
now these students, so for example, the UN one, there's 13 students, like, is there like 2 students who said they couldn't go because they knew they weren't vaccinated and there was no, you know what I mean?
And
Like,
I
is it
thought about
outing
that
the
too,
students,
and then I
you
was
know,
like,
or-
but there's always the possibility that it has nothing to do with the vaccination. It could be cost prohibitive regardless of the fundraising or whatever. There's always, I think there are other reasons, because I thought through that too, because it's like, I'm very worried about the privacy of individuals.
Well, that's my point. It's like
And,
we're
and how
in-
does this relate to the HIPAA piece? If we are doing one thing, but by default, they can't because of a medical reason, then you're right, there's sort of an outing of a situation which we have been working tirelessly to avoid. So it's how is the data captured, how are the decisions made, and I don't know how many still are negated from this opportunity just from a cost perspective or the timing perspective. I don't know, because
The
I mean, it
cost,
could be 0 for all we know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
even if there's one person, it's like, I feel for the students that are affected.
Yep,
it's a valid point, and
absolutely.
I don't think, I don't think anybody's dismissing that it's not important, and it is a personal choice and should be a personal choice. Unfortunately, in this case, BU is not making it a personal choice and making it theirs. But, because as much as we're talking about that as a vaccination requirement, when we look at all the DECA trips, they're all quad occupancies for at least the
Yep.
first 2.
They sure are.
And that's, could be a concern for some parents. Right? You do get to ask for your roommates, but it isn't always granted, so. You can't, we can't, okay, but it costs some
Right,
more.
yep, yep.
So, yeah, it's,
Yeah.
I hate to say this because it's kind of the world we live in, right? And we
Yeah, it's
discussed it earlier.
complicated.
But it is only going to get more complicated when we
Right.
start looking at the foreign trips, which, again, I'm assuming we'll be seeing those in the spring,
Right.
So I know your concern is valid. We definitely do not want to create a subpopulation. We've made that clear several times, I think.
Yes.
When we even looked at the waiver process, which we'll hear about in a minute, because we're still not there. But we don't want to create subpopulations, but it's the balance of doing it or not doing it. And then if we choose to do it, how do we make sure we protect the kids? So
So I guess that's the question then. How are we
That
going
would
to
be-
protect the kids who aren't vaccinated from being outed?
yeah.
Susie kind of hit on that. There are a variety of reasons why a student would opt to not go on the trip. When you think about in years past, that some kids aren't going because of sports, some kids aren't going because they don't want to go overnight. You don't ask them why, it's just their choice. This is it's really extracurricular, it's not even co-curricular, it's extracurricular. And so there is no expectation or obligation that anybody attend at all. So every year we have dozens of kids who do not go. There are 60 kids who are opting into the DECA trip. But Maryland and Gates has got 100 students who are eligible to do so, so there are 40 who aren't.
Yeah.
We don't ask them why.
Right,
And
okay.
that is another issue here because it's not required. So every year there are dozens of kids who don't go, even from all UN. When we run the past, if the classes have 20 kids, 12 kids go. And why they already don't, we don't know, we don't ask.
Okay.
So I understand that in this environment, there's got national officials that are not vaccinated.
Right, right.
And it could be that as we get into this, if it gets approved tonight and we move forward with it, that we make sure we remind everyone, don't just assume that they're not vaccinated because they're not going. Maybe we get out in front of that as a protection for the students and their privacy. Remind them there's a million different reasons and say, I mean, you articulated it beautifully of these are the reasons, there's different things we don't ask. Because at the end of the day, it's a voluntary thing.
And I think helpful too would be, what are the expectations going into this club or extracurricular that I'm getting into from the beginning? So knowing that there's opportunity to go to this event, here's the expectations at these events. So that's all laid out ahead of time.
Yep.
Hopefully then that allows them to make choices as they go forward to help eliminate some of the challenges there.
And after listening, I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I watched the video, and listening to the students and hearing the feedback from the other meetings, these students are articulating and they're thinking about things, and there was a real display during that presentation of how they are working to protect the privacy, but the privileges of the students in this building. And so I think if we, if they're watching this video, if they're talking, and we're thinking about this and talking about those different reasons, or, there's multiple reasons why people are coming, I'd like to think that we're not going to have an issue. I guess I'm a glass half full kind of person, but I think the demonstration of behaviors and the feedback we've gotten from any number of students, they're thinking, and they're rising to the occasion.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on the DECA one, because that's the one on the table?
Right, there's a question in the school community mailbox that says that, can you send a letter to DECA requesting them to choose venues that are non-vaccinated, that non-vaccinated are welcome? So I think there's a little confusion. There is no vaccination requirement to
With DECA.
participate in any of the DECA trips. So, Susan,
It's-
whoever you are, thank you.
I mean, I think that was just in case they were going
Yeah.
to require it in the
Yeah.
future, like the Atlanta. So,
Okay, so the motion is to approve the 3 DECA trips. Again, if things change, the option is for
Right. We'll make
whoever
you
ends
aware
up on the
of it.
prevailing side to make the motion to reconsider this motion, and then we can obviously vote. It may, if it's after January 6th, it only applies to the other 2 items. Is that fair? Everybody knows what they're voting on?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? That one's unanimous. Now, Model UN. So just so that we can get to the debate on it, is there a motion to approve the overnight trip for Model UN? And this one's February 4th through 6th at Boston University.
So moved. Seconded then.
So motion by Lance, second by Susie. Further discussion on this?
so again, like, this is the UN one is not organized by our school, our district.
Right.
It's a state-run thing where, nobody has a choice in the venue.
There's states,
correct.
right, we don't have a choice in the venue, and there is a nationals after this that generally has been around the Nashville area too. So, yeah, absolutely, we don't set the rules, it's just like any other club. If band went to, the one they used to have at Six Flags.
Oh, you
Music
do
in the
UMass
parks.
Fit.
Music in the
UMass,
parks,
music,
or-
thank you.
Oh, yeah,
If-
music in the
Right, it could be the same type of thing.
Yeah.
We don't choose the venue, we just choose that we're going to compete as part of that program or that we participate in. So, yes.
And the students are already aware of this requirement, correct?
Yes.
They are. And speaking with Jess Rose, the advisor, she's talking to her kids about it, and there are 13 in the class, and none of them has said no, flat out. Most of them said yes, and there are a couple of maybes. And speaking to her, the maybes, and I don't want to give the reasons, they've given reasons that are not COVID-related. Now, could they be just saying that to protect themselves?
It shouldn't
right, to
matter.
your concern?
It should-
Possibly.
it shouldn't
But they
matter.
had valid concerns, the students who were maybes had valid concerns outside of that as to why they wouldn't go on a Saturday afternoon to compete in overnight, so there's a lot of things that go on in the kids' lives that will prevent him or her from attending any of these events,
Right.
That does say an exemption
Exemption, yep.
can be presented, was part of the language. Yeah, it does, in the back. So if a student chose not to, they could get a religious exemption, they could get a medical exemption, they could get some type
Also
of
the mandate,
exemption.
the vaccine mandate.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's helpful.
yeah. Okay, any further discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, it's unanimous. Okay. Thank you.
Before you go on, there was one question that came
Yeah.
into the mailbox about Mark's accreditation presentation. So it's a quick question. I assume it to be quick. So is there a requirement for accreditation within the foundational element for equality to diversity, inequality, or critical race theory thought. So the foundational element is the school community provides a safe environment. That, I think that's what they're referencing there. There's, as we've said before, critical race theory is not part of the Massachusetts state framework, so there'd be no indicator or element of this accreditation process that would be tied to the teaching of critical race theory. Mark, we will post this to the website. If you can, is there a larger document that your slides came from, the
I can
charts?
post the entire framework, the entire
Right,
standards
I
for
think that we can
accreditation.
link it so people can
Sure.
go in depth if they want to.
Most definitely.
You good?
That's all.
Any
it's
other
in there.
questions? Okay, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. I didn't see it when it
Yeah,
came through.
that's okay. Okay, we got two more things to get through. One is basically, we'll call it a COVID update. It says masking, but there's a lot of pieces to it.
Yeah, I just have a couple slides.
Okay.
Yeah,
If it was,
just, Christmas keeps you perky.
Keeps you alert, yeah, keeps you alert.
we're saving money on.
Saving money.
We're saving money on heat.
heating. Lois, if you want, I have gloves. You might have a hat. Would you like gloves?
No,
You sure? I have a hat, too.
Well, remember the days we used to worry about headlights? Remember those days?
The good old
Not flashing green or have a green button on, because if it's not on, that
Mine's
that is
green.
dead.
mine's
Mine's
flashing.
This is green, we're good.
We have nothing to say.
We have nothing to say. So I wanted to give you just an update on some of the masking pieces. There's an update here on the MIA guidance that came out the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Now the clicker won't work. Oh, there we go. So again, the mask mandate from DESE was extended through January 15th, 2022. We have gotten no additional information about that timeline being extended or the mandate being rescinded. It's still a target date of the 15th. Again, districts with a vaccination rate of 80% or greater may apply for the waiver to allow vaccinated students and staff to unmask. We've had extensive conversation at this level on what our expectations would be if we were to find ourselves in that 80% bracket, what that looks like for our high school, our middle school, or even potentially in the future our elementary schools, depending upon vaccination rates. And, you know, just what we hit on a few minutes ago, the culture of creating a subculture of vaccinated and unvaccinated, and our desire not to do that at our high school level. Again, we have not submitted a waiver at this time. We did say that once student populations got to 70% vaccinated, that we'd collect staff information, so we have been doing that at the high school. This is the municipal vaccination data. It's released every Thursday, so this is from last Thursday. You can see we've moved a little bit in some of the categories. Again, we have a new category now, so 5 to 11-year-olds, 2% of the population here in Pembroke is fully vaccinated. So this is the first week that showed up on the chart. Our 12 to 15s are around 62%. The data that I'll show you from the school nurses will support that as well. The 16 to 19 population is a little bit greater on this graph, on this chart, than it is for our actual school data, because remember, many of the 18 and 19-year-olds are not current high school students. Here is our current vaccination percentage at PHS. So the way we get the information is through an upload from the Massachusetts state system, which loads into our health software known as SNAP. So this was as of Monday morning. So we have 883 is the total population at the high school. So again, that includes all of our students, as well as our staff who spend the majority of their time at Pembroke High School. We have 640 vaccinated individuals, which gives us a vaccination rate of just under 72.5%. So again, the vaccination rate of 80% is total for the building and includes all students and staff. The number for PHS to get to 80% would be 707 faculty and students vaccinated. So we are about 67 individuals away from that. I will say this population has been eligible for vaccination for quite some time now. We don't see a lot of movement in this week over week. I think Sam at the high school gives it to me every Monday, and I think we have 8 more kids this week than we did 2 weeks ago. So it's not moving at a huge number. At the middle school, there has been some movement as well. So you'll see there a 7th and 8th grade student population. The grade 13 is our transition program. So Maria Husted's program is housed at the middle school. So those students would count towards that population's vaccination rate. So there's 423 students total there, 259 recorded vaccinations. So that's about 61%. Again, once we get to 70%, we'll start collecting staff data, but we're not quite there yet at the middle school. I did not give you a slide, but I want to talk a little bit about our current COVID cases and numbers. So what we've learned in the past 23 months is that following extended breaks, whether it's a long weekend, a winter break, or a holiday break, like Thanksgiving, we do see a spike in cases following that, whether it's travel, family gatherings, whatnot. Last week did not disappoint. There was one day of 36 new cases in the town. It has leveled off a little bit. Today was a little bit larger. There was 21 new cases. There was only 2 children in that number of 21, which is good for us. And those 2 children, we were already on our dashboard because oftentimes, as I've said before, families communicate with us the positive test result prior to it coming through in Maven. So we have, I think, 54 current student cases. The bulk of those cases are here at North. We saw the largest spike here at North towards the middle of last week. Some of it associated with travel. There was a couple sleepovers. There's some sports activity. It prompted us to change what we were doing a little bit. In an effort to limit the close contacts identified at school, we've gone back to 6 feet of spacing whenever students are unmasked to eat. So for snack and for lunch in our 3 elementary schools, students are at 6 feet of spacing. So whenever their masks are removed for the period of time for eating, they are no longer at 3 feet. So that eliminates close contacts in the cafeteria. Again, in order to maintain 6 feet of spacing, we do need to use some alternate lunch locations in some of the buildings. So I think at Hubbamuck, they're using some gymnasium seating. At Bryanville, they're using some empty classrooms as well. So a little bit of change in the lunch schedule in some of those buildings in order to accommodate the 6 feet of spacing, but it does eliminate close contact and contact tracing for students for their periods of eating. In addition, at the elementary level, we have gone back to single directional seating. So when you come in for these meetings or anytime that you're in any of our buildings, you'll see that there's some really creative seating arrangements in some of our classrooms. There's quads and pods and U's and whatnot. We've gone back to really traditional rows at the elementary level just to slow down any potential spread of germs that we can until the numbers start to come down a little bit. So those students have been 3 feet apart in the classrooms. There are times, where a student's mask may fall below their nose or somebody may cough or sneeze, and we just want to make sure that we're putting some perimeters in place that ensure the least amount of spread possible as we're seeing an increase in the cases. One of the conversations we've had before here was about some sports.
Before we go
Yep.
on to sports, can we talk about because there's a couple of things. Number one, this was our first time that we were dealing with kids who couldn't come into school under the test but we were under test and stay, right? We weren't quarantining classrooms.
Sure, so we
like
don't, we
happened
know
last year.
there's no longer the need to quarantine a classroom
Yep.
because students have the ability and families have the ability to choose to test and stay. So even if you've been identified as a close contact, you have the ability to not miss any days of school as long as you consent to testing each day. Again, that is a family decision. Not all families are
Get it.
comfortable doing that. So we do have a couple of students at different grade levels that are choosing to quarantine at home. So again, the quarantine at home, if you test after day 5 and you test negative, you can return on day 8, but if you choose not to test, you return after day 10. And for those students, work is uploaded in Google Classroom and many of the applications that Brandon talked about earlier, and we provide a live check-in with staff throughout the day.
So, 2 things, because clearly we have another break, which is a little bit longer. There'll be youth sports going along, there'll be family gatherings, there'll be student gatherings, kid gatherings, right? It's natural over the Christmas and New Year's holidays. So I guess what I would ask is a couple of things. Number one, we are pretty clear on what our plan is. So we have our plan ready to go, right? Because we learned some things last week that we can probably do and maybe do better or whatever. Because the high school, you're going to be getting ready for midterms, right? So we're in a kind of a critical time across the district. Just if we can know what we're going to do so that we weren't surprised, but just so that we're ready to go with how we're going to do those check-ins, make sure the check-ins happen, make sure that the the work material is ready, so we're not losing as many. That'd be the first thing. And the second thing is, how can we communicate out the data quicker? What's the date that the Commonwealth is gonna stop contact tracing?
I believe it's December 31st. So right now, they are still contact tracing right now at a very minimal level, really just high-profile cases of families or individuals that have traveled outside of the country as they try to track down variants.
Okay, so if we start to think, isn't that gonna throw a different dynamic into what we're looking at? And I'm not asking for answers now, we're meeting again in 2 weeks. What would help, I think, the parents and the families is, number one, know what to expect after January 1st. Would be naive if we didn't think we're gonna see the same thing, right?
Right, our nurses will still continue to contact trace. We've been working with the local Board of Health. The local
Yep.
the intention is for local boards of health to continue to trace, to identify clusters and trends
Perfect.
without support from the state.
So, because if we can come back in 2 weeks and say, what's our plan for post-Christmas and New Year's break? What's our plan for, students who end up with COVID? Yes, right, students who have to quarantine because of a family, whatever the
Right.
case is. Just so that we can at least make sure people know what to expect. Is that?
Yeah, no, I'm happy
People
to-
aren't
No, I
interested?
Do you
understand.
mean from an
Especially the-
educational standpoint or from?
No, from an educational standpoint only. 'Cause
Right,
It's the only thing we
and-
can control.
And so I'm happy
Having
to,
a plan for those kids that are home.
Have a plan for the kids that are home so that we can, number one, have a plan for the kids at home, and number two, get information out, right? Are we gonna make any other changes?
right, so
besides-
I don't anticipate making any changes to our current model. Again, I know that there is obviously, when students are home, whether quarantining or isolating because they're COVID positive, there was obviously some interest in a full remote school day for students. That
Yeah.
doesn't exist. We don't have the
Right.
structure for that. But it's also important to note that when students are not in school, they are absent, granted an excused absence, but the process and timeline for makeup work exists for them. So just because a student's
Yeah.
home, they're not required to do anything, and there are some families that are not accessing school when
Which I
they're at
get,
home.
I completely get. I guess what I'm looking for, I'm asking, I guess, two things. One is kind of let them know what to expect,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then second is, we talked about this a couple meetings ago, about the supports, right, for students that we're gonna do during Titan time. Would we have anything else to ease the transition back, assuming that worst case is they're out for 10 days, 10
it's 10
school
days.
days?
Because Mike, you
Yeah.
raised a good point, because the midterms, we're having midterms this year. We didn't have them last year, so. do we-
Right, so keep in mind, our cases at the secondary level where
Um,
midterms exist are very low. There's almost no close contacts because of vaccination status,
No,
so.
yeah. Here's the thing. We've lived now through a few different holidays. We know we're going to have it. We may not know where. Data's telling us we probably won't have it secondary.
Right.
But what if we did? It's going to be easier for us to think through this, spend a little bit of time thinking through this now in December, rather than January 2nd. I don't even know the dates. January 2nd's a Sunday, right? Yeah. New Year's is a
Yeah, so
Saturday.
January 3rd's the
New Year's
first
Day
day
is a
back.
Saturday.
Yep.
January 3rd's the first day back.
Yep.
Yeah, we have the calendar in front of us. But if all of a sudden the 3rd, it's like, yeah. If I'm the only one thinking this, please tell me I'm off.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it makes sense to
I don't-
build out a structure that we
No,
may
no,
not
no.
need.
No.
But I think it's possible that we can talk about identifying, if the numbers do go up, identifying additional resources to put towards
What's the
supporting
plan?
at home.
Well, and
Absolutely.
even what you just shared, Aaron, that when you're home, you don't have to necessarily function at school that day.
Right.
Right? And you have the opportunity to make that up in an ample time frame. That may not be
What's the support?
evident to most families.
What's the
So-
support for that kid? I
Right.
guess is my concern.
Right, and we can, and I can share with you at the
Yeah.
next meeting just some additional
Perfect,
supports
thank
that
you.
we have available that we could deploy, take away from what they're currently doing to kind of manage, if we see a big
Perfect,
influx,
thank
that's
you.
fine. The MIAA has come out on the 23rd to let us know that, similar to indoor fall sports, that masks will be required for winter sports. And that includes all athletes, coaches, and officials, reminder that spectators in our buildings are also needing to be masked because any school-sponsored event held in the school building requires masks of all those involved and present. I think the piece that is a little bit difficult when we're talking about winter sports is the MIA is recommending that you treat all off-site practices and competitions as if they're school-sponsored events with mask requirements for spectators. Again, regardless of where the contest occurs, our students, the coaches, and the officials are required to be masked. But when we get into some of our winter sports, we do have, competitions and practices at sites off-site. So Hobbamock Ice Arena, the Kingsbury Club, the
Bridgewater.
Gymnastics Center, Bridgewater,
Ice.
Ice Arena. So MIA is recommending that you treat that as a school-sponsored event and require masks of spectators. I've been to Hobbamock Ice Arena a few times. I know that some of you have as well. I'm not sure that it's within our ability to manage.
You can control the venue.
We
right?
don't control the venue, but the MIA is asking that you enforce masking for all, including spectators, at off-site events.
Are they recommending or
They
requiring?
can't require you to do it, right?
So
There's
they're
no
not
indoor
required.
mask mandate. I want to make sure we're clear on what we want to do, because I don't want it to come down to the coach of this is doing this group is doing that. If our stance is that we are going to, whatever the rules of the venue are or what we're going to abide by, I think it's important that we communicate that to families and to the teams that will be participating in those events at those locations.
What are other teams, districts? What other districts doing in this? I mean, it's not required. I mean, if it's at our Pembroke Public Schools ice rink, which we don't have, that would make sense.
Right, I think that the winter is going to be interesting, right? So there's a couple of high schools in our league that are mask optional, right? Situate, Cohasset is, Situate is moving in that direction. They're at the 80%, so the mask requirement is waived for their students. So if we are going to a basketball game, look at that, I'm just rolling through my winter sports in my head, at Cohasset High School, our students would need to be masked because we're not a high school that has reached the 80% vaccination rate, but the Cohasset students do not need to be masked.
And it would be vice versa, so that if,
Now for sports, they have to,
They do, all sports?
for winter
Yeah.
sports.
Indoor sports, even if the school is mask
waived it.
optional, according to the MIA, I thought they have to be masked.
That's, would be my interpretation, right?
I thought that's
It
what
doesn't say that, no.
as a
So that
Patriot League, we voted last month that if a school is at the 80% and they've got the mask exemption,
So,
because the MIA
they
is
don't
only
need to wear
recommending.
masks at their events. And so it's the host site. So in other words, so Erin's right. If we go to Situate, they can be maskless. We have to be masked. If Situate comes to us.
They need to wear
They
masks.
have to abide by our policy, right? Because
So they
we're
would
the-
have to wear them.
They would have to wear the masks, correct.
So if we
I-
go to Situate, we have to wear a mask, or we don't?
We
We
will,
do,
because
because
that's
our
our
school
policy.
has not reached the
well, it's not our
80%.
policy, we have to abide by the state, we have to abide by the state rule.
And so it'll get really bonkers at Hobbamock Arena, because, let's play that out.
Yeah.
Just about every school in the Patriot League uses Hobbamock Arena as a home event.
Yeah, how do you police
So that when we
that?
play Situate one week, right, but then they play in the same rink, but they're the
They're
visiting team
home or
with
away,
us,
yeah.
it's like, it's just gonna get beyond manageable.
I'm sorry, I can't get, right now, because I thought.
It
so with
isn't,
the
so I
MIA
just looked at it right before
What
we
what
came
did the
down.
MIA say? Because,
Masking rules for athletes will follow MIAA guidelines.
what's the,
That could
I
be
thought
the
the.
local district decision, right? Yeah.
But
Oh.
that's recommended, not required.
For, okay. I get that piece, I get
Oh, but
I
required
get
for
the
students.
off-site. I thought on-site had to be because because I thought the MIA vote, because initially the
So
medical.
keep in mind, there actually wasn't a
Well,
vote. What
the-
happened was they didn't meet.
No, the medical committee voted. The medical
So the COVID.
voted and said no. But then they.
Right, which is what the uproar is, right? So there was no meeting since October 27th. There was no meeting
so
to
the board-
discuss
the
winter
board did-
sports.
The board didn't vote on it.
They
But
don't
the-
meet till, they meet tomorrow, December 8th.
But the medical committee recommended no mask
Correct.
if EEC said no mask, right? I got it right.
EEA.
EEA, whoever the heck they are.
Wow.
That's correct.
But the statement from the MIA that came out on the 23rd says that it's the homeschool decision. So if you're at an 80% vaccination
What
rate,
was it
your
like this
athletes
past weekend?
don't
There were
need to.
scrimmages this past weekend, weren't there?
We've been having them, yep. We have one tomorrow.
What did we have,
Masked.
what did we have?
What-
What did we do at Hobden?
The kids are all masked. Yeah, I don't know about spectators, I was not at the event, but the players, and they're all masked, supposed to be.
Okay. So the issue we're
We're really talking about spectators, right?
We're
The
only talking about
players,
spectators.
they are all bound by that, right?
It's
They
not
have
our venue.
everyone on the bench, it's the spectators, right? It's the students in the
Okay,
stands, and the
now I
parents
get
in the
it.
stands.
It's
That's what we're
considered-
talking
that was
about.
Aaron's point
Right.
earlier, is no matter offsite, no matter where you are, it's considered a school activity.
We don't control the
We're
event.
opposite,
We don't control the
we're in a
venue.
school, but this isn't considered school.
We don't control the venue, but we control the behavior of the spectators as it's a school-sanctioned event, right? So if kids are acting inappropriately, forget about masks or not, right? It's the school's responsibility to manage that.
I get
And our
that.
handbook applies. So I would assume, and that the mask would fall under that same umbrella. But it'll be really difficult to manage it, given,
Yeah, that's the letter, the spirit, I'm guessing, is gonna be a
Right.
bit more,
I mean,
and I don't mean difficult from that perspective, right? Think about if they're in our gymnasium. I would envision Dave or Kristen or Brian or me walking up to our students at home saying, put your mask on, and they will. It's gonna get crazy when, is it a home game for Pembroke or a road game for Pembroke? Because we're on the same rink no matter what, right? That sort of confusion could muddle things up, but.
I think you just follow, in my opinion, you just follow local health rules for
Sure.
non-school sites.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why.
So
you-
don't treat them like they're school-sponsored events from a spectator perspective, but from an athlete perspective, we don't have a choice.
Athletes,
Right.
second, we don't have a choice, but spectator, I'd even argue, we don't, I know you're saying we have to control the spectators. but We have to control our spectators. Usually the away team would have to control theirs too, wouldn't they?
Yep.
It's just, I think,
So what you're saying, just so I understand what you're saying, so that the management at the rink
It's
says
not on
we are a
us.
mask-free environment, then we are our
Spectators are mask
mask-free.
optional.
that would be that's what I'm thinking.
Especially because you got a couple of rinks there, so you might have like a different game playing on one side versus the other, so you can't control what someone else's, spectators
Yeah,
are
that's-
doing.
But it just
tough.
it gets messy with kids, right? As Lance is saying over here. If the spectator's a student, they'd be required to wear a mask.
And I'm looking at it from a contractual perspective. We have contracted to lease, and thereby
It's a
at that
school-sponsored
time,
event.
kind of, we're controlling that place, right?
No, that's not how those
It
work.
doesn't,
No.
it doesn't work like that?
We are never
I mean-
in control of
I mean, we're not in
Hub
control of the
Arena.
whole venue, but, I mean, as a lease, our rules when we're there using it, leasing it as the home team. I don't know, you'll have to tell me how contractually it works.
I don't know how you can,
Yeah, this is tricky.
I
So
think
Aaron, to
this
your
one's
point,
hard.
is there any more clarity coming out of tomorrow's
No,
meeting? Do we
well,
think?
I don't anticipate any more, but if there is, I will update you.
No, 'cause it still doesn't matter. Even if they vote mass, it still has to pass EEA.
Yeah, they were really, really clear that if there's going to be any amendment to it, it would follow the January 15th timeline, similar to DESE.
What are
So
they doing at the Reggie?
I was just gonna ask that.
They'll be masked, I don't know this, given the fact that it's
there's an
in
indoor
Boston,
mask
it's
mandate
gonna
in the
be,
city,
it's
so
gonna be masked.
everyone will have to be masked. Yeah.
Those poor kids.
That's me assuming, so I can find from Brian, I can ask Brian and follow back up. Yeah. Yep.
Well,
Yeah, I
it's
would
in
think-
Boston,
It's
so
in the
there is
city,
an
right?
indoor
Yeah.
mask mandate.
It's already difficult to breathe in the Reggie. I can't even imagine.
No, they've made improvements to their ventilation system.
Oh, my gosh.
Over the past year, they have. That's what
Well,
I've heard.
even,
Say
I
so.
don't, yeah.
That's what I've heard.
I mean, I'd lean towards following what the venue does.
Yeah,
or
that's
venue
what I
says.
think.
Because the
Yeah.
other part too, I know the rink, they locked the rink off from the other one, so you're only going in there. But I'm just thinking of MGC or the Kingsbury Club. There's other activities happening in there. You know, it's interesting because I just thought of this. There's a high school swim team that practices at the Y in the morning, and I don't see them when they're out of the pool.
So we're also expecting additional guidance for sports like swimming and wrestling. So there's no designation of high risk anymore when it comes to
Yeah,
sports, but
exactly.
students are not swimming with a mask on. So like
But even
last
when they were out
year,
of the pool, yeah.
like last year, they were
Coming in
considered a
off.
high risk and the whole team was quarantined if somebody was positive. We don't even have that level of guidance for those sports. And wrestling, as you know, is very close contact.
You can't do that 3 feet apart.
Very close. So I guess we do the best with what we have right now for information, and if more information comes, we
We'll
shift,
talk
so.
about it again.
So at this
Mark, did we
point,
give you help on this?
he wasn't looking for help from us.
Did we give you guidance?
He said, stay away from Hobbamuck Ice Arena.
I just wish that the MIA would replace that verb. I don't understand what that verb's all about, recommends. It's not helpful to anybody, you know.
isn't. No.
Well, the thing is, I was surprised when the medical committee came out,
I was too. Yeah.
you know, because of where the EEA, because of what the EEA was. I mean, I just.
Right, so to the website, there's a question in the mailbox around recommend and why is it required for students and not recommended. I'll post the link to the MIAA statement in the release. So student, athletes, coaches, and officials are required to mask. It's the spectator piece. And I think what you've just heard in conversation, that a spectator could be a student or an adult in some of the offsite pieces. And, you know, I guess what I hear you saying is that we would be going by the rules of the venue for anybody that's not participating in the athletic contest. Right. There's one more question in the mailbox about something I presented earlier on the vaccination percentages and how accurate they are. So again, the student, I'm just opening my phone so I can read the question. The student vaccination percentages are from the SNAP data. So again, there's a little bit of lag in that, and there are, those of you that have been vaccinated know, when you schedule your vaccination, you have the option to opt out of the state reporting. So if there are any families that have opted out but would like to share their vaccination status with us, that student attestation form is still on the website. As far as staff, there is no state system for us to gather information from for staff vaccination, so we did have them fill out a staff attestation. So 86 out of 106 staff members at the high school self-identified as vaccinated. Could there be a couple more? Yes, but again, there's no check and balance there for us. It's really just the self-attestation. So, yes, 67 is a large number left to go, which is what the question states. But again, if there are families out there that did not opt into the state tracking of vaccinations and would like to share their data with us, you know, that can be found on our website. And, you know, we have reminded staff a couple of times about the ability to self-identify as vaccinated, so. That's
Anything
it.
else in this? Great, okay. Moving on to the last item on the agenda, the first read on the adjusted fee schedule. So the change here is at the bottom, it's in red, for one-on-one instruction tutorials of Pembroke students, the fee will be 10% of receipts as opposed to a flat fee as stated above. Is there a motion to approve this as a first read?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Suzie, second by Sue. I just have,
Yep, so policy sub met on Monday to talk about this. We looked at the actual policy, which is, those of you that follow along and want to look at it in the log, it's policy KF, community and other use of school facilities, to see if there was any suggested edits that we wanted to make to the full policy. And I think where the subcommittee landed was the policy references the fee structure schedule, and that made the most sense on where there to be an adjustment. So again, the first read is just putting it out there for you guys so that you can start to think about it, but, you know, and ask any preliminary questions, but there's a second level before this would be approved.
other questions? I just have two quick ones. Number one, how are we going to monitor collecting of 10%? And the other question is this still sits within, does that policy have anything, and I can look at the policy, anything with regard to who is collecting, monitoring, attesting to quarries? Or background checks, I should say.
So that's part of the facility usage form on our website. So again, we'd have to alter the form in order to make percentage of receipts an option as far as
Yep.
fee, and we can look at that if this gets approved. The piece around quarries is similar to where it asks you to upload your certificate of insurance for $1 million for liability and $2 million
Okay.
for personal injury. There is a piece about quarries.
Okay. So as long as we're covered under those, right?
Right, which is why the policy
Which is, yeah,
remained in place, yeah.
perfect. Other questions or comments?
Nope.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Perfect. Good, unanimous. All right, so at 9:03,
Do you want to talk about January meeting dates, just so we can?
we can, I don't know what,
Yeah.
yeah. We can't talk about January meeting dates. I don't know what, look at my calendar. Let me look at a calendar.
Any calendar.
Any calendar.
So the Tuesdays are 4, 11, 18, and 25.
If we're
think we're
going
gonna
off the
clock
21st, and then we've got the holiday week, we'd probably look at it before, or is it 4 and 18?
So I am not here on the 18th. I'm happy to participate
Yeah,
remotely if you need me to. But
so, I don't know about others, I'm definitely out on the 4th, and I may be out on the 11th.
let's just meet once in January on the
Well,
25th.
we could meet, we definitely need to put the 25th down, and we're gonna have to do budget stuff. Are you just out on the 18th, or are you back that week? Or you
I'm
out
not
all
there.
week?
I'm not here at all.
What's that?
I'm not here at all that week.
That week? Can we put down the 25th and then see if we can get another meeting in earlier in the month? I might be able to try to get back later in the week of the 9th, or make a day available later in the week of the 9th, unless you can meet without me. Anybody else have bad dates that month?
I don't have any bad dates that month.
That's amazing.
February was a different story.
Yeah.
Anything bad in January?
No, I'm pretty good. I got
Okay.
basketball.
Just the whole month
I
of
got basketball
January.
every weekend, so I
Yep.
gotta
Okay,
be
you
there.
gotta be there. Okay.
Me too.
Yeah, go for it.
We'll try and figure that out when we get back
Okay.
in 2 weeks.
Good. All right, so the 25th for now.
If it's okay with you all, then I'd like to put the first read of the program of studies on for December 21st.
Yep.
So in case we only meet once in January, that the process is moving. Okay.
Okay? So at 9:05, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Seconded.
Motion by Sue, second by Susie. I was waiting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
abstained?
Aye.
All right, thanks, everyone.
So we'd have to have it